All right, we are back at the Lake Sonoma 50, presented by Adidas Terrex, as well as the Lake Sonoma Marathon and Trail Sisters Half Marathon. I'm Scott Hall, joined by Tropical John Mettinger. Let's catch folks up on what happened in the middle of that stream swap. You guys had the video. You didn't have us in your ear for it. We did see James Griffiths and Charles Kai come through on the men's side, and then Natalie Sandoval, your fourth place female, came through in 8:16 elapsed. So we've got 4 whalers out there, as well as about 100 marathoners still out there. So a whole party happening here around Lake Sonoma in the phenomenal Northern California. Tropical John, we've seen some things today thus far. Just an absolute community party out here. You're a man of this community. You're a member of this community. What does it mean to just see this in front of us at the finish line, to have this sort of celebration from folks who aren't even runners?
Well, it's really rewarding because people have really embraced this event, and it's become kind of taken on a life of its own. The local trail running community is pretty large here, and hardly any of them are running. They're all working aid stations and marking and sweeping and doing medical and all those things. And so, you know, Skip and Holly Brand, who have the Healdsburg Running Company, and they're kind of the host couple of this event now, and they really have imbued a sort of service-oriented community here.
Yeah.
Everybody believes in volunteering. It's a little bit of unusual for a major event in that it's a not-for-profit event, and all the net proceeds from this event go to a local scholarship fund for the Children of Vineyard Workers Scholarship Fund, which was started by Wilson Winery, and who's one of the sponsors here, and Diane Wilson, who's a local ultra runner, is the winemaker there, California Winemaker of the Year. And so to have all of that and everybody really embracing the volunteer aspect of it is really rewarding.
Yeah.
And I'm an old school guy, and you know the big festival type events like this one were kind of unknown until 20 years ago or so, and it's really great to see. It used to be you'd run a race and there'd be like 3 people at the finish line. Yeah. and now you got a whole party goes on until dark.
Absolutely. This is a party. I'm seeing, full families like out there playing. We got so many dogs here. Beach volleyball's happening. Like, there is a whole scene that is like completely part and parcel away from this finish line. So it is absolutely a community event as much as it is a celebration of these runners as they come into the finish line. So super excited to see an area that not many folks just drive into on their own, to have folks coming and hanging out with us. Meanwhile, you got eyes on the finish line from your next finisher in the Lake Sonoma 50. That's Jasmine Noonage, the 51-year-old, coming through and finishing strong in 5th overall on the women's side.
Well, that's a fantastic time for a 50-year-old.
Yeah, 8:25. I would say. I would take that, absolutely.
I'd have to. I'm sure that's a record on the new course. Pretty sure. We can look that up for you, but Megan Canfield's run here a couple times on the original course and ran very fast because that's what she does. But great to see somebody doing so well.
Yeah, let me put it this way. 825 would be including finishers from this year, that's the 13th fastest time of anyone on this new course. And it is the second fastest master. Second fastest master, only to Lauren Puretz, who was just 40 when she ran 8:12 last year. So, I would say that is a proper race result for Jasmine in 5th place here at the 2025 edition of the Lake Sonoma 50 Mile.
Just saw Timmy Olsen jog by. He's not running today, but he's here hanging out. He ran this race in, I think, 2010. It was his first ultra. Hal Kerner won the race that year, and they were both in Ashland at the time, and he dragged him down, and Timmy finished 4th, and then he won Western States a couple years later.
So what you're saying is you're pretty responsible for his career and the trajectory that he had. No, that's what I heard.
I just provided a vehicle for him to run, but he did all the work.
No, take credit. Without Lake Sonoma, you could never have won
great.
Western.
There's been a handful of people like that started out. This was either their first ultra or maybe the first sort of bigger deal race that they've done.
I stopped at 30 miles. Are you who I was helping? Even though I didn't do 50 miles, just going race?
It's not our
And we can answer any question.
You have folks with a big tent. They want to come talk to us. Big red tent.
Big red tent. Adidas Terrex tent. And I always want to call it Mountain Outhouse, but Mountain Outpost.
Yes,
part of the Mountain Outhouse Empire.
Yep. The new show is it'll come back. I'm not saying when, but I keep hearing rumors it's coming back. So
yeah, I missed
stay
that.
tuned. Mountain Outhouse News.
The Mountain Outhouse News. That was the highlight of my week.
It came back for about 6 weeks.
Don't worry. 2025 plans are brewing. I'm gonna leave it at that. Writing checks that I personally don't have to cash. So that being said, we got eyes here on the finish line.
Another marathoner coming in. Yeah, we often would reach out to sort of up-and-coming runners and try to get them to come and run here, and mix it up with other hotshots and see where they stand. I remember convincing Casey Lichtai to come out here when she was young in her career and was beating up on everybody in the Midwest, and I said, you need to get out and run with the big dogs, and she ran this race a bunch of times. Even Jim Walmsley, it was his second 50, he ran JFK and won that, and then he came out here, signed up for the race like 3 or 4 days before the race. Couldn't find lodging, ended up camping out, which he said was a big mistake, but he
worked out well for him.
He got 6th that year and called up the next year, and my wife Lisa talked to him, and he's like, I think if I could get a hotel this time, I might be able to win the race. Sure enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't say this is the biggest metro area for hotels and motels, but with some pre-planning, you can find a spot for yourself.
Well, at some point we got smart and blocked a bunch of rooms at one of the hotels and got a little bit of a discount for doing that, but within the general area there's plenty of places, but weekends in wine country tend to be popular. People come up from San Jose or whatever, and it's a little too far to drive in one day. especially if you've been
If you actually
wine tasting all
correct.
afternoon.
If you're wine tasting, you do not want to drive that 2 hours back. So you hang out up here, as I've learned from my wife.
And we've been known to do beer tasting up here too. It's an area known for its wines, but a lot of fine beers, a lot of fine brews in this area. Russian River Brewing Company, California Republic, Bear Republic Brewing Company.
Yeah.
They've
Race
been
for Five,
sponsor-
actually.
Race for Five's been a sponsor for a number of years. Maybe the only race in the country that has both a wine and a beer sponsor.
Yeah, I'm not even going to fact check that. That feels right. Because we know how to get down. And we have non-alcoholic options. So
Yes.
something for everyone. So next year, as much as we love you on the live stream, come join the party in person.
Absolutely.
Details at lakesonoma50.com. Come on down. Let's have a kiki.
Yeah, the non-alcoholic beers have become a thing now. And then some of them are actually pretty good. Not that I could have said that 10 years ago, but now they got hop water, they got your non-alcoholic IPAs. Pretty good stuff.
We've got options. We definitely have options. So come down and hang out with us. Just like we were just hanging out at the finish line with Joseph Winman, just came through finishing up that Lake Sonoma marathon. We're going to be here covering the finish line for another 5.5 hours until the final cutoff here at 8:30 p.m. local time. So make sure you hang out. If you're following along on the journey of one of your friends or loved ones, hang out with us. Let folks know, hey, join in the party in the chat. Also have the live results on ultralive.net. So if you want to know exactly where your runner is along the course as they pop through different aid stations, go ahead and hop on there and you can track their journey in digital form. Meanwhile, we are absolutely vibing here at the finish line. DJ is pumping some tunes. We are about to do the award ceremony for our women's 50-mile podium, after which point we will hop into some interviews with them. So if you're wondering when's that going to go down, should be here probably in 10-ish minutes. So stick around, hang out. We will get those women's interviews going just after the award ceremony happens. Meanwhile, eyes on the finish line for our Lake Sonoma Marathon, Trail Sisters Half Marathon, and Lake Sonoma 50-mile runners. Presented by Adidas Terrex. This song is older than you. This song is older than you.
Probably. A lot of them are.
A lot of songs are older than
I'd say about 90% of music is.
So we just had Sarah McNabb and Youngmin Chun come through the finish line, wrapping up their Lake Sonoma Marathon adventure. Just over 7 hours in for our marathoners. Just a cool 26 miles and like 5,200 feet of gain and loss. No big deal. Delightful way to spend a Saturday with friends. Meanwhile, in our 50-mile race, next runner through should be Drew Mueller.
He's back.
We've got an Irish lad who's just finished up his run. Paddy O'Leary back in the studio.
The winner of the 11.15 mile race in a record 150. Cheer, there's so many people out there. I should go get some water.
Attaboy. Paddy O'Leary will be joining us back in the studio at some point to provide some commentary after he
Momentarily
rehydrates.
Yeah, he needs a
got
beer and maybe some pizza.
He is learning from the runners out there by properly fueling and hydrating. We got the award ceremony happening here at the finish line, so I'm going to go ahead and be a little quiet while you take in our top 3 in the men's and women's Lake Sonoma 50 mile. And that's Jackson Babb coming through the finish line here, finishing up his Lake Sonoma Marathon. Just saw the awards presentation for our 50 miler. On the men's side, in first place, Stephen Kirsch. In second place, Ryan Raff. And in third place, Chris Myers. And on the women's side, in first place, Tara Dower. In second place was Jane Mouse. And in third place, Robyn Mildren. Those are your podiums for the Lake Sonoma 50. We're going to have some interviews coming in here on the women's side in a few short minutes once they have disembarked from the coolers and made their way out over to the studio. But we've still got a healthy number of runners still on course. We've only had 15 finishers in our 50 miler, still 140 people still out there in the 50 mile, and then approximately 50 more in the marathon still making their journey, and a cool 10 or so left in the half. Actually, no, all of our half marathoners are finally in. So just 200 people out there on trail, still vibing, having a good time, keeping it tight. I should say in our 50 miler, we are looking for 4 individuals to be finishing here in relatively short order. They're all within the last mile and a half of their 50 mile journey. So some 50 milers coming in soon. However, on the marathon side, you got Gina Brausch and Kristen Noggle coming into the finish there, wrapping up their marathon journey. Just raging. Just celebrating life. It's a good way to spend 7 hours. We got Beth Garrick coming into the finish line here.
Do some interviews.
back here at the Lake Sonoma 50 Mile presented by Adidas Terrex. We have a whole personality change here in the booth. I am joined here by my new co-host, Danny Moreno.
Hi, thanks for having me.
And not to be outdone, she was like, I'm going to bring a friend. And so we are joined by the champion of the 50 Mile, Tara Dower. How are you doing?
Good. I'm doing good.
Speak on that. I mean, you have a whole pizza in front of you, so like life could be way worse. But just first off, how is the body feeling? And let's take it from there.
Yeah, my body's feeling great. Like, my legs felt great the entire time. Like, my legs didn't feel tired. It was more just, it was hard. The course was really difficult. It was just like up and down, up and down. It was relentless, as they say. And I had some stomach trouble, so that was a little annoying. But honestly, like, my body feels fine right now. I just trying to like soak in the environment and like be present, but like I'm kind of somewhere else. I feel like I'm on a different planet right now mentally.
Yeah, I was interested because you kind of had your pick of the litter this month, you know, as far as like what direction you could go. And if you guys don't know, Tara is in this kind of small but big race called Western States coming up in June. And just watching what all of that star-filled field is picking, you know, for like whether they're choosing 50K, 100K, and you had that incredible, also under the course record run in Black Canyon in February. Why relentless, hot, you know, Lake Sonoma for the pick in April versus say like Canyons or Gorge 100K?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, honestly, if I'm to be honest, my coach told me quad rock or this, and I chose this.
Nice.
I just listened to my coach, and that's how it goes. I don't really think deeply about anything, and I rely heavily on the people that are on my team, and she just knows best. So, and quad rock, I mean, I don't know much about it, but I do know about Lake Sonoma, and I looked up the website, and it looked beautiful. I was like, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, there's a long history of runners who've performed well here and then went on to perform well at Western States, using this as a sort of like a microcosm of that course. So no pressure. But no, having now been out there on course and only climbing or descending with zero flats in between that, how are you processing how today went, and what are you thinking? Just like, what is your snap reaction of what you need to work on heading into Western States?
Yeah, I had a lot of things that's a great question as well. I definitely out there, I was like, I need to work on a lot of things. Mentally, I definitely need to work on my mental state a lot. I think that's my biggest handicap, I guess you could say. I've always kind of had I hope this is relatable for some people. It's hard to say, but I've always kind of had like I don't know what you'd say. Just been mean to myself a lot out there on the course. And I think, honestly, that might be a superpower, but also it doesn't feel great. So I demean myself and, you know, in my head, I talk about things I need to do better. So I definitely need to work on that. I have a mindset coach. I just haven't visited her in a while, so I need to go back to that. But I also want to work on nutrition more. I mean, I think that could always, there's room for improvement for that, especially out on this course. It was hot and it was relentless. I just feel like I could work a little harder on my nutrition. I had a lot of stomach trouble. Honestly, my legs, like I said, my legs felt fine, but it was definitely my mind and my nutrition. So I think we're like 2 months out, so I've got some time to work on that.
Yeah, you definitely have time. And I think your coach was smart in giving you those two options. And I mean, you still walked away with a new course record.
Absolutely.
So I think it's like, I don't know, runner to runner. It's like, you did great today, and then tomorrow you can figure out what you can do better next time. But what a great race to learn that at, right? And you're kind of like out there solo for most of the day, which was really cool to watch. And Western States, there's a good chance that happens, and the next person's only 2 minutes in front of you. So yeah, definitely still be proud of yourself, because it was a great effort today.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I tend to listen to the people who know me best. I have to rely on those people because they know me best. They know me better than I know myself. Like Reese here, my coach Megan, my friend JP, my mom, Rascal, all these people know me way better than I know myself. And so I just rely heavily on my friends because, I mean, they just know me so well and they encourage me so well. So I'm very thankful that Reese is here for this race.
Yeah, shout out to all the Reeses in the world. Let's go. Kind of like bringing a bit of mindfulness back to today, because I know it's really easy to talk about Western states, what's next and stuff.
Yeah, I can't put my mind, I can't wrap my head around
when
doing
you
Western
like
states
look
right
back
now.
on today, what moment will make you smile the most?
Yeah, the course, I think everyone's going to say this, but the course is gorgeous. And I found myself the last 12 miles, I'm like, this is grueling. I was like, Tara, take a moment, enjoy the course, enjoy the scenery, because it was just so beautiful. And that's why we do it. I kept thinking that out there. It's like, I do this because I love it. That's why I came out to trail running in the first place, because I could see places like this really quickly. I didn't need to spend 2 days backpacking it. I could just absorb it. So oftentimes I'm having a really tough race and I'm thinking, just enjoy this moment, because I don't know if I'll be able to run this again. Oh yeah,
I know.
Look at that. Oh, that's Imogen. Oh no, that's 6th and 7th.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I wonder who got it. We just had an epic finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm over
he's
just
pulling that-
rapidly
he's pulling that.
refreshing. Don't worry.
As far, I mean, today is a step towards probably that June goal. Like, what were some of the things that you used today that you want to give a shout out to?
I think I'm just going to go back to the team, the people who, my team, like my agent Kelly, my nutritionist Vic, my strength and PT Cam, strength coach and PT Cam, my crew Reese. I mean, these people on my team, they're incredible. And then Megan, my coach, they're incredible and I trust them. I think they definitely deserve a shout out.
Cool.
Yeah, thinking through, like the last time that we talked was Black Canyon, and so obviously, you crushed it there, had a great day, and you'd alluded to the nutrition and the stomach issues, and they seem to resolve themselves a bit at Black Canyon. You mentioned that you had a little bit of a struggle with it today. Is there anything you did different between Black Canyon and here, or any top of mind thoughts on where that might lie, so that when you and Vic hop on the phone this week, y'all can hash them out?
We kind of did, me and Vic Johnson, he is nutritionist of all the ultra runners, I feel like, but he's an expert. Honestly, like he knows so much, and I should have, not that I didn't listen to him, it's just like after Black Canyon, you're just celebrating. And so like during runs, I'm just enjoying it. I'm like, I'm not going to eat. So I think what I could have done better is just eat more and try to like overload my system, like he says, and try to get all those carbs down. We upped it from 70 grams of carbs to 90. And I think I just wasn't prepared to absorb that amount of carbs. Yeah. So I might try to eat more during my training runs before Western States and get my gut ready for those 90 grams of carbs that Vic is going to have me consume.
And what products are you using?
Yeah, Carbs Fuel gel, so that's 50 grams of carbs. And then, SIS Beta Fuel, the liquid, and that's 80 grams. And I did like half a bottle, so I wouldn't see Reese for like 2 hours, and so it was 40 grams. I would take in half a bottle, and then the other hour I'd take in 40 grams, and then I'd see her again, get a new bottle. And then every single aid station I got water. It's crucial to hydrate really well. I think I did really well hydrating, but probably could have done better with like actual nutrition and getting those gels down.
Awesome. And how'd you feel about your cooling strategy today?
Oh yeah, I think that went really well. I was hot, but I felt like I was also like cooler than maybe some people. Like, we decided to cool early and just like prolong that cooling state. I think it went really well. I wasn't like overly hot at any period. It was still hot, but I wasn't like super hot that I couldn't like run efficiently.
Nice. What's the game plan now for the next couple months? Are you going back home? Other races?
No races. I'm just gonna enjoy the mountains in Durango. I just moved there. Still gonna get my training in. Try to get effective training. Try to eat a lot, but yeah, just enjoy the mountains. Enjoy, you know, the springtime in Colorado. This will be my first spring in Colorado, so I'm looking forward to that. I have a rim to rim to rim next weekend, and I'm so excited with all my friends.
FK.
Oh, no. We're just going to take it super easy and relax and hang out. No.
I was like, and that's the mic drop
Oh,
right there.
heck no, man. I'm
right,
freaking going as slow as possible.
possible.
No. I'm going to eat like cinnamon rolls and like actually fettuccine Alfredo. I'm not going to eat any gels or any liquid. No, we're not doing that for like a good week.
Right on. Well, enjoy that. Enjoy just like taking a break and relaxing, and then enjoy this build up because we're gonna do this all again at the big dance.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Are both of y'all gonna be there?
I'll be pacing.
Okay, pacing.
Yeah.
Sweet. Rod?
Caitlin Fielder.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, she did so good at, was it Tara Dower?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did so good there. You're gonna be commentating?
I'm being.
Heck yeah.
I stay in my lane, right here. So.
Do you have your pacers picked? I feel like it's like Western State's homecoming right now, and everyone's like, "Will you be my pacer?"
Yeah. Maggie Guttrell said before I went to Black Canyon, she's like, when you get your golden ticket at Black Canyon, I want to pace you. And I was like, Maggie, don't say that. I'm not going to get it there. Now I'm not going to get it. I'm superstitious. Super superstitious. And I was like, now I'm not going to get it, Maggie. But she was right. I got it. So she is a pacer, definitely. And then my friend, Robyn Lesh, who's actually at Gorges right now. And I don't know the results on that, but would love to know how she did there.
Yeah. Service is spotty down here.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll
looking it up?
I'll do some research for you on the back
Oh, good.
end.
Yeah.
I won't hold you on the camera while I do research, though, if you want to continue to eat your pizza and hang out. But
Last and final question. Yeah. Was the course record on your mind today?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, you got it.
I got it here?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Really?
What?
Yeah.
No.
On the new course.
On the new course?
Yeah. There's Stephanie Howe's record, which is like legendary, but it's on a different course. You got the one for the new course.
Oh, is this the first year of this course?
This is the third year.
Oh,
so
sweet.
Aaron Clark had it before, and then you snagged it. So congrats.
What was the previous?
7:48, and that was the year that Lake Sonoma was a world selection race. So in what was a highly competitive field, you just shut it down by 12 minutes.
Guys were saying that. I was like, are they? I don't know
like,
what they're saying.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
We have a spreadsheet, so we felt pretty confident.
How different was it? What was the differences?
So talking to several folks who've run both editions, and then Tropical John was here. This race, now starting from this position, has a few more 100 feet of climbing in that first road stretch, and typically runs about 10 to 15 minutes slower than the original course.
Oh. Okay.
And it's like, I think it works out to like 500 feet, and it's like 2.5 miles longer because the other one was a little bit short, and this one is, your watch probably says like 52 miles. So take the win, okay? Stop trying to like, well, just take the record.
Thanks.
All
I'm
right.
so excited. Thank you for telling me.
You're welcome.
That's what we do. Also, Robyn ran 9:45 for 20th place.
For what?
20th place at Gorgeous. 9:45.14.
Congrats, Robyn.
Okay, I wasn't ready for follow-up questions. Give me a sec. If this was a useful...
I don't know her time goal, but
Let's see.
It looks like Jade won.
Jade won.
Or maybe Shay?
Oh, Shay won.
Oh, and then
Shay?
Claire.
Second American.
Wow.
Canadian girl second. Tracy Mount took the second American spot.
Robyn got fourth.
Fourth female, so third non.
Shout out Robyn Lesh, who's incredible. Durango native. Not native. I think she's from like Oregon. Washington? Yeah, Washington.
Awesome.
Transplant to Durango.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll catch you soon.
Yeah.
All right. Go relax.
2 months.
Go have fun in the canyon first. Go hang. Just like everybody else is here doing at the finish line. You can see it in the picture-in-picture. We got a whole party happening here at the finish line. DJ's still pumping. Families are out here. The Terrex crew is just holding it down.
Oh, okay.
And everybody's celebrating.
Yeah.
All right, Danny. Thanks for hanging in and
Thanks.
representing for the
Sorry, I have
brand.
to go.
Being a person, go follow Danny as well. Go listen to the pod.
Oh God.
And we trade out for another
I'm
professional runner
back.
because you can't just leave me to my own devices because I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm a mid-packer. But this guy is back in the flesh. Paddy O'Leary, how you doing?
I am good. I just got myself a little shakeout run in. Got to see a lot of friends out there on the course. I went 5.5 miles back on the course, turned round, so I got a nice 11 miles in. I seem to have got all of the mud on the course in this one little section. I guess from when you enter the course at South Lake, there's like 2 miles of just trail. It's mainly passage by horses, so it's pretty dug up there. So that section actually you wouldn't be moving too fast through it. But I got to see the men's top just as I left the finish line here. I got to see the 3 men come in pretty close proximity, and then I got to see the top 12 men and the top 5 ladies. I saw my boy Ben Moore out there.
Yeah.
I turned around when I saw him. I saw Charles Kai, another good Bay Area friend, and got to chat with a lot of the top 5 ladies and like top 12 dudes.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, everybody seems to have come in pretty good spirits, even if they were feeling
My boy
little
Ben Moore was not
nauseous or
feeling in
rough.
good spirits about 5 miles to go. He's such a diva.
Well, when the magnetic pull of the finish line has a way of turning things around for you. Just so everybody knows, we did see that sprint finish in the 50 mile while we were talking to Tara. It was Han officially given the victory in the kick over Imogen, but they're giving the identical times. So kick a legitimate kick down finish in the 50 mile, just absolutely raging.
So what else has been happening back here? Did you miss me?
We did.
Did you all miss me online?
The internet always misses you, Paddy, because you are not just an entertaining and insightful figure, but you have a way better voice than I do. So we got that going. Yeah, what'd you miss? The finishers coming through. Everybody raged. Trying to think, the top 3 men ended up being separated by 4 minutes total.
Oh, I saw them. I was about half a mile out when I saw... Well, actually, I was just on the road when I saw Kirsch cheering for him, and then I got 200 meters up the trail, and down comes Raph. I'm like, oh, Raph is must be after gapping Chris by a bit. 10 seconds later, I saw Chris.
Yeah.
So it was nice to hear that Chris rallied again with a few miles to go. He said he had a rough time just before then, but then he rallied the last 5 miles. This is the wrong one.
Absolutely. Yeah. When we talked to him over here in his interview, he was talking about, that he just had a rough 17 miles and then was able to put it together the last 5 a bit, and he just kind of wishes that his body would have cooperated a little bit more. But, he seemed in a good headspace to process how it went down and how he moves forward from here as he prepares for Western. So great race on the men's side. Obviously on the women's side, Tara Dower with that course record, and then a fairly good battle between Jane Mouse and Robyn towards the finish. They ended up being separated by about 7 or so minutes.
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah, they were about 5 minutes, I think, when I saw them at like 4 miles to go.
So yeah, that's pretty much been it. And then everybody else has just been an absolute blast. We've had all of our Trail Sisters half marathon competitors have finished, which is awesome. And then on the marathon side, we got, I think we're down to Just a few dozen folks still left out there on course.
And one person I expect we're going to see very soon is the 216 marathon or 217 marathon, Kellen Blumberg.
Finishing the job. Yeah,
getting it done.
Folks missed it potentially earlier, but Olympic Trials qualifier was in the top 5 well through halfway, or I guess through the halfway mark, and was coming back down through 50K. To hear sort of how his day went, but excited that he is still plugging along, not just throwing in the towel when things started getting hard. So
welcome to the world of positive splits, buddies.
Hey.
Welcome to Ultras.
Do
you want me to get David to get us pizzas?
Okay.
Yeah, what do you want?
Just pepperoni or whatever. I'm assuming that's how it works. Production team is absolutely raging here in the studio. I must say, I got kids across from me playing slide. We got folks dancing. This is an absolute party. I'm not saying that it's Javelina, but it's got a similar sort of energy. So if you're at home watching this on the YouTube, make sure you get up, get those feet moving. Let's dance a little bit at home. We can't legally play the music that is playing here lest we get hit with a copyright.
Okay,
so just like get
coming
something going in the
through.
background and let's dance a little bit.
We got, I'm guessing this is Alexa Romano. So Alexa Romano out of San Francisco. 7th lady here today. She was a podium in UTMB by Porta Vallarta by UTMB a few weeks ago, or a few months ago. I think she's based down in the city. And I think earlier on, I heard in the live stream earlier that there might have been one of her family members giving her a shout out. Next in, I expect we're going to see Kellen.
You work right on the San Francisco part. Yeah, so Alexa would be our 22nd runner overall in the Lake Sonoma 50 mile presented by Terrex. Kellen and Grace, Kellen Blumberg and Grace Fair are our next 2 runners on course. They both cleared the South Lake timing mat on the way back in, which means they are within the last 2,400 meters of the course.
You ended up keeping, like, you must have had 3 or 4 minutes on there, but you kept that, right? Yeah, you ended up doing 7 or something, was it?
Yeah.
Back out again.
Are we? Not explicitly yet.
But I'm going to chat to you, but I'm going to go check them.
So you can go chat. I just thought you wanted to text you and get taken care of. You probably should.
We know it was pretty right back there.
Yeah. Chicken leaves everywhere. Pop back on the mic for a minute. Don't mind. That one's gonna be yours.
All right, getting situated here in that red little Mountain Outpost tent that you see on the screen, because we are joined by our runner-up in the Lake Sonoma 50, presented by Terrex. We've got Jane sitting in the studio with us. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Glad the race is over.
Yeah, I could imagine. It looked like it was. It turned into quite the battle out there. How about you take us through that a little bit? It seemed like all of you ladies came through Warm Springs Aid Station literally within, like, in a train. Like, I wouldn't even say there was time between you guys. And then at that point, it started to separate after that. What went through your head out there, and, like, how was it running with those ladies for the first bit?
Yeah, there was a pack of us. And I was running with Tara and Robyn in the very beginning, and Tara was leading. And then I took the lead until Warm Springs. But yeah, there was like a pack of six or seven of us all going, like, sticking together. It was really fun. We were all just chatting. It's hard being the pace setter, though, especially in a 50 mile. You're like, am I going too fast, or is this the right pace? But it was really fun running with all of them through Warm Springs, and it was, I don't know, I didn't know what to expect, like if we were going to stay together all day or how it would kind of pan out, but
yeah, it seemed like some moves were made there. Did you have intentions of making a move, or were you waiting for someone to break and to catch and to stick with them? What was your thought?
I was hoping to stay as close to Tara as I could all day. And once we got to Warm Springs, she took off. She was very efficient. And at that point I lost her, and I really never saw her again, except for at the turnaround. So I didn't really know how far ahead she was of me. But honestly, for the day, I wanted to run my own race and stay in paces that I felt comfortable in. Because I really wanted to have a successful race, and I didn't want my legs to be shot the first half. So it was my ultimate goal to stick with Tara, but decided to kind of do my own thing.
But ultimately, you had to run your own race and run what was good out there, which was obviously good for second place, which is a fantastic day out there. How does this play into the larger scale of your season? Is this the opening? What are we doing here? What are we doing with our season?
Yes. This was I decided to do this race about a month ago. So it was kind of a recent switch. I was initially going to run Gorge 100K, but this is the second race of my season. I had a tough day at Black Canyon in February. So I really just wanted to have a good race and go with one that sounded really fun. And this race sounded really fun to me. So not quite my season opener, but a result that I'm super stoked to get. I just wanted to have a good race out there, and I feel good about it.
Yeah, and you did.
Yeah, you mentioned that, you just wanted to be successful. If we'd have asked you yesterday what success looked like today, what would you have said?
Success for me in this race, I really wanted to finish feeling like I ran a strong race and executed it well. I had a lot of stomach issues in my last race for the first time, so that was something that I was hoping to not have to deal with today. So just running a strong race where things went the way that I was hoping they would go, and finishing feeling like I tried my hardest. That was kind of what I wanted my day to look like. I didn't really care about placement. Yeah, and I feel like I feel proud of my day, so I think it was successful.
As you should be.
Thinking about sort of the process of the day, as I'm not gonna say goals change, but you kind of realize like Tara was gone, you were sort of in that battle for the podium spots. Where was your mindset at? Were you more focused on just racing and the competition of it? Were you more focused on just like the internal feelings? Sort of walk us through how you process the race in real time.
Yeah. Once I lost sight of Tara, I was chasing her down. Like, I didn't know how far ahead of me she was. I heard at the aid stations people were telling me like she's 3 minutes up, and then someone said like she's 17 minutes up, and I'm like, I'm not gonna listen to this. I don't know where she's at. So it was my, I was chasing her. It was my goal to try and catch her. But I was having so much fun out there. I was just smiling, and on the downhills I was just waving my arms in the air, and it was such a fun day. And I would say after the second time coming through Madrone, I kind of stopped thinking about how far the people are behind me or how far ahead Tara is of me. I'm I just want to finish this race feeling strong, and I'm having fun. And that kind of continued to be my mindset. When I think too much about how close are they on my back, or how far ahead is first place. I don't know. I just start to get in my head and things start to usually go south. And then when they catch me, if someone catches me, then I'm like even more disappointed. So it was just a fun day. And I was trying to have as much fun as I could till mile 40. Then it got hard, but that's
The
how it
fact that you got a
goes.
smile on your face tells me that you achieved that goal for sure. For those who are not familiar with a little bit of your background, you're kind of quite the mountain athlete. You have some Cirque Series efforts in there. You kind of have more so major mark in those types of races, but it seems like, to me, maybe I'm missing something here, but you're kind of branching out into some more runnable, longer races. I like the shout out to Terrex, the Explore Your Unknown on your hat there. It sounds like you're kind of exploring some unknown realms for yourself in the running world. What is in store for Jane Mouse in the future
Yeah.
that you want to share?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've been running for a really long time, and I love running, but like racing ultras is, I would say, relatively new to me. This is the second 50 miler I've done, and the first one I've actually like tried to race. I do love like steep mountain stuff and things on rocks. But in the future, I am signed up for Broken Arrow, which is just so crazy stacked, but it sounds, I really like steep mountain races like that, so I think it'll be really fun. I'll share this one. I also just signed up for Leadville, so talk about runnable. That'll be my first attempt at a 100-mile distance. Today I was like, I don't know if I want to double this, but...
I gotta say, Leadville was my first 100-miler. It was a fantastic experience. This was back in the day when this shows you how old I am, back in the day when they weighed you, and it was a totally kind of different race. But I got a soft spot in my heart for that race, so I'm really happy to hear that you're signed up for it. La Sportiva is sponsoring the race, so it'll be great for you to represent your brand out there. And it is not a big vert mountain course, but it is a mountain course. You're at high elevation for a long time. How do you handle high elevation? You obviously feel comfortable in the mountains, but running for that extended period of time at high elevation is going to be a bit of a change.
Yeah. I love high elevation, and I feel like I do really well at it. I think that's like this day and age in the sport, you have to find like what you're kind of good at, and I feel like high altitude is something that I'm really good at. So I think it could be a good race for me. Right now I live at 8,500 feet, so it's like a good place to live to train for that race. I don't know. I'm excited. It's always been in the back of my head is like, this would be a cool first 100-miler. But it is very runnable. But yeah, I'm excited.
Last question from me, and then I'll turn it over to Skylar to end it out. What was your shoe choice, and how do you feel about it?
So I wore the La Sportiva Prodigio Pros, and I'm not like a big shoe person.
Not a big shoe geek.
No much.
Some of us are. It's okay if you're not.
But I love them. I wore them for the first half of Black Canyon when I was running it. I love them a lot. They're like super responsive and pretty cushioned. And I feel like they did really well on this. Like they're a good shoe for this course. So yeah, they're my training and racing shoe now. It's all I wear.
Nice.
Sweet. Yeah, I mean, the last question for me is, how do we follow along the journey? Where can we find you? Are you a Strava person? Are you got a Substack? Everybody's got some sort of content now.
I know, right?
Where are we following you at?
I use Strava. I love Strava. Jane Moss. I use Instagram _Jane Moss _ and I actually do have a Substack. I hopped on that train.
Let's go.
So there will be a post coming about this race too. Yeah, those are my 3 that I use.
Awesome. Love it. Love to hear it. And we're going to be super excited to follow along the rest of the journey. Listen, you got a pretty stacked, 7 months at this? 6 months? 5 months? I don't even know how far. I can't do math.
Leadville? Oh, Leadville's
August.
August. So yeah,
Beginning
you've
of
got
August.
4 months.
4.5 months, you're fine.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good time.
We'll be good.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So
Yeah.
we're excited to follow along. Thanks for joining us, Jane. And go recover.
Cool.
Go enjoy yourself.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Jane.
All right. Sounds like Kellen Blumberg, our 2:18, 2:17 marathoner, Olympic trials guy turned first ultra is going to be Lake Sonoma 50. just came through the finish line here.
He was fighting up there for quite a bit of the day.
He was in the top 5 for a hot minute, and then he still found a way to the finish line, even when his day started to turn south. So good on Kellen for finishing it out. We also had Grace Fair come in to the finish. She would be our, I believe, 7th female at this point. 8th female. And it also means that Abigail Swift, who's in the final mile of her race, is on pace to finish 9th. So we'll look out for her to come in the finish. Meanwhile, we're going to keep that interview train rolling in here. Oh, you can sit down. You're cool. Yeah. Relax. You've been on your feet enough today, so don't feel like we're getting things going here. Awesome. I was gonna let you sit down without hitting the mic. I believe in you, Zach.
Barely.
All right. Listen, we're gonna get into it. We have a swap athlete, which means to start this off, I need your best Roche Huzzah impersonation. Now, we must have it.
We demand it.
The crowd needs it.
All right, here we go. Huzzah!
There it is.
That's solid. That's all. That was good. That was good. There's just something about his that is just so guttural and so just deep from within that I think it takes years of practice to be able to pull off a David Roche Huzzah. But that was pretty solid. So walk us through. We were chatting a little bit earlier about this women's race and how close you guys were for so much of the beginning of the race. Was this like a girl power, let's band together and let's just work together? Or did you just happen to be with each other? What was that?
Maybe I was just unaware, but to me it just happened organically. I mean, maybe they had a group and they discussed it and then I just found my way in there, but no, I was pretty shocked. Like, about 5 of us women were in a pack together for quite a while, up until the first crude aid station. I mean, I kind of like had a little gap on the road to begin with because that felt really easy for me. But that was actually an uncomfortable place to be in because I don't like being at the front of a race in a 15-miler that early on, especially when it's live streamed and people are going to be like, "Oh, she really blew up."
Oh yeah, there's always I can understand that, the pressure of the live stream being out there. But on the other hand, people get to watch you have a fantastic day. As many of those out there are, I would say your name is not a household name yet, but for those who are watching, this is Robyn Mildren. I apologize. I did not introduce you to start off with. We just started chatting, and I was just so excited to hear about your race. So this is 3rd place. Robyn Mildren just kind of snuck in behind Jane Moss there. You guys all had a great day. It did get kind of a little spread out. How did you feel about the out and back section, seeing Jane and Tara out there? Was it invigorating, or was it like, oh man, I got some work to do? What was that like?
It was super invigorating. I ran with Jane for like a decent amount of the first half of the race, and I could just tell, like, you can just feel the experience when you're behind someone like that. Like, just she was just very steady. I felt like my heart rate was steadier when I was running with her as opposed to running on my own, where I was probably running the uphills too hard. Yeah, it was great. And then seeing Tara, because it's an out and back, so you do the turnaround and then you can see exactly how far behind. And I was like, oh shit, like Tara's killing it and she looks good. And you know, like Tara, like for a lot of people, she's an idol of mine for sure as well. And we raced each other at JFK 50 a couple of years ago. So, you know, I know that we both have very different skill sets. So it was really interesting to line up with her on a course like this, which was like, you know, very, very runnable, but still pretty hard for someone who doesn't live in like a trail mecca.
Yeah, that's fair. So how do you feel like you mentioned your strengths? Both of you kind of have like different levels of strengths, different like focuses in terms of strengths. How do you feel like this course did it even things out a little bit, because it is still really difficult but also very runnable? Yeah, how'd you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like I had, as someone with more of a road running background, and I still mostly train on roads, not quite by choice, but just I don't have time to take a car ride out to the trails and still get to work by 9 a.m. So, you know, I felt like JFK honestly like played to my strengths, because you have to be a trail runner to get through the Appalachian Trail. But then you need to be a pretty good like marathon runner for the rest of the race, the towpath and the road. This race, I still think, well, you know, I don't know whose strengths it played to, but maybe Tara is just like really upped her game, which is probably a bit of both.
She's had a bit of a breakthrough lately, kind of proving that she's not just a long, slow Appalachian Trail style runner or a big mountain runner. So yeah, I mean, anytime you come in shortly behind someone like Tara Dower, according to Walter or Jim Walmsley, you've got to count that as a successful day. What, in your mind, was your type of success? What was your biggest success out there today?
I mean, it's an interesting question, because I do feel like I came into this race in a different place than my previous 50 milers. I mean, I just like went through a super stressful time with work, like trying to get a faculty position and coming so close twice and not landing my dream job. And then I really just needed this race to like have something else to focus on and something to structure my training, and just something that's low stakes but allowed me to just push myself mentally and physically to my limit and just explore the pain cave. You know, it's cliche, but I just needed it, you know. And so like really I wanted to come in here and just do the very best I could, stay in a good headspace, and just run until my legs were totally fried, and just do my, like, I mean, be smart, you know, with hydration and everything. But that was kind of like the headspace I was in coming in. But at the same time, in the back of my mind, I'm like, it would be really cool to run with and beat some of these incredible pro athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it sounds like you had a fantastic day out there. I think we all enjoy, I mean, we're all in this sport because we enjoy a good flogging, and there's something cathartic out there about that, you know, digging yourself a nice deep hole and then climbing out of it. And you climbed out of it fairly well in third place. That is a podium finish with some incredible athletes around you, both in front and behind. What did you think of the course? Have you been out here before? Was this your first time in this area? Yeah, what did you think about it?
I have never been out here. I think this is only my second time in California. The other time was for academic conference, so that
totally
barely
different.
counts.
Yeah.
But I have not explored this terrain. I got here Thursday night, so I was able to run like 40 minutes on it. So
Coach let you run 40-minute shakeout. Nice.
Yeah, it was like, you know, we're like, well, let's just see what this has to offer. And I have to say, the hills were bigger than they looked on paper. But hills always hit a little differently in a 50 miler than a 50K.
Fair.
They're a lot more aggressive. They're a lot more aggressive in that 50-mile distance.
Yeah, thinking through the actual like underfoot experience, you do a lot of road running. We catch a lot of flack out here for the California carpet. Was it technical, quote unquote, technical towards the end? Like, how did you just feel like your stride? How was everything biomechanically moving by the end of it compared to a JFK or a Quebec?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't as California carpety as I was hoping. Like, I thought you'd be able to flow a lot more out there, but it was a little more rugged than I expected.
You set that up for a little California redemption, didn't you?
I cannot confirm or deny.
Yeah, so, you know, the trails on the East Coast, as you know, are a little bit more like, well, a lot more like rocky and rooty.
Yeah.
So when I like do my big trail long runs on the weekend, I get exposure to that. But I still feel like I'm not quite as smooth as other athletes who train on trails almost every day.
Yeah,
So-
specificity does make a bit of a difference, but at the end of the day, fitness is fitness, and that's what gets you where you're at, right?
Yeah, you can't be upset with a third place.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah, we got to keep reframing this a little bit. You keep downplaying this. We're like, no, Robyn, come on, girl. You
Yeah,
third
I'm
place.
not
Look
so-
at this.
Some mistakes were made, and
I mean, it's an
very-
ultra.
yeah.
First mistake was signing up for the race. After that, it just was a cascading effect.
Yeah.
So she. Thank you, Paddy. You. Yes, for those who could not hear, because Paddy's not on the mic, he said after a PhD, you know misery and you know the pain box. So
Yeah. 5 years goes by a little slower than 50 miles even.
that's dark. I'm not even gonna explore that one. So let's look to the future. All right. So what's next on the docket? Are you seeing this as a springboard to a future race? Was this like the A race, and now you go back and reconfigure? Where are we going for the rest of 2025?
That's a good question. I really have no idea. I've been wanting to do some really stupid things not because I think I'll be good at them, but because I just, want to experience them.
Yeah.
And one of those things is Canadian Death Race, so that's one thing I'm thinking about. I'm hoping to make the Canadian national team for Worlds. I ended up in third at nationals and top 2 auto qualify. They can send up to 6, but I'm not in a safe place. So if that happens, that would be definitely like my big race.
Yeah.
But if not, there's amazing races out there, and I would love to do something longer, not because I think I'll be good at it, but because I want to experience it.
What I absolutely love is we just had Jane in here talking about how she's a mountain athlete, but she wants to go sign up for Leadville, or she signed up for Leadville 100 because it's a running race, and she wants to try to see how she does there. And we've got you saying, I want to try to explore Canadian Death Race. Why not? Even though I'm a quote unquote road runner. So that's
or go
awesome.
running Canfranc and what is it, like 10,000 feet of gain, and just like for the short trail or something like that. So okay, so let's use this moment to build a resume. So I want you to just deadpan. So that's your camera. I want you to tell the Canadian Federation why Lake Sonoma has improved your resume to the point that they should put you on that roster.
Ooh, I would like to say that, I think that the course there is going to really play to my strengths, and 50 miles this is my third 50 miler, and I've been pretty consistent, and I've got some work to do for sure, but I accept that, and I'm just looking forward to having a big goal and trying to have my best finish ever at Worlds.
I love that.
I
How
love
can they
it.
say no?
Yeah, and I'm gonna even put the stats behind it. You've never finished worse than 4th place in a 50 miler. Right? You have a 2nd at JFK, you have the 4th at Squamish, and now a 3rd here.
That shows range.
It shows range.
Squamish, JFK, here. You got all 3 very different, great
Very
races.
different courses, but shows that you are a straight competitor in all of those areas and all those arenas. So Canada, no pressure, but do the damn thing. Come on, let's make it happen.
When Robyn shows up, she throws down, and that's all that's going to happen, no matter what the course, no matter where it's at. That's what we know. We know that is an absolute truth. So come on, I'm gonna go for it. The Great White North needs to. We're gonna petition for you down here, even though our word
Thank
doesn't
you.
mean anything up there. But
We know some people.
There's some great
Talk to
people
Gary.
there now.
A
in
Station
Athletics
Fireball,
Canada.
make a call. All right, so where do we follow you? Are you a Strava person, Instagram? Where can we follow your journey?
I love Strava. I know that doesn't really get you anywhere, but I love the community on Strava, especially people around Baltimore. It blows my mind. I wake up and see somebody put in a 20-mile trail long run at 3 a.m. to get to their kids at 7 and to work all day, and Strava, the people on Strava, especially in Baltimore, they grind so hard, and it just keeps me super inspired. So I love going on Strava. I get nothing but positive vibes from it. I also have Instagram, but I'm not super great at being popular there.
Well, okay, not with that attitude. All right, we'll work on it. PubMed, we got a Substack. Is there something? LinkedIn? You know, we're on this faculty grind. How can we help?
You could look up my Google Scholar. It's verified. Find my papers. Please give them a read.
Love.
It is convergence of vestibular and proprioceptive feedback in the nodulus uvula of the cerebellar vermis, or something like that.
Or something. Yeah, you know, I knew half of those words. You know, I've got my doctorates in physical therapy, so some of those words sounded familiar. No, that's amazing that, you know, you are grinding in several different aspects of your life. You're doing phenomenally well. You're performing, you know, and we love to see the success not only in the real world but also here on the Lake Sonoma course. Robyn, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for giving us some of your time and letting us celebrate you on this third place finish here, the tip of the podium out here at Lake Sonoma 50 miler. Congrats on a fantastic day. And again, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
You can set it down. You're good.
Yeah. Go get yourself a break, buddy.
I suppose.
It's fun. It's fun to do on our side as well. So thank you for putting on a show for us to.
Wait, which is
broadcast.
more
It's
fun,
fantastic.
mile 60 Javelina or this?
Yeah, this is by far better than any mile of Javelina. I don't know. The first lap was pretty fun.
Nice work.
Yep. Mike, can we cut this camera off?
Number 3.
Just go right to that finish line. And we can take the PIP off. What? The PIP. We can drop the PIP off. I'll get it. It's all you for a minute, bud.
Yep, I'm gonna hop back across here. Okay, here we are, 9 hours 37 minutes into the Lake Sonoma 50 miler. We got runners continue to come in. Now we have a runner from Auburn Running Company, so kind of local, NorCal, to finish the marathon. So far across the races, we have in the Trail Sisters Half Marathon, we have 179 finishers out of the 192 starters. So we're pretty close to having everyone back home safe. 2 drops. In the marathon, we are at, let me refresh this, we are at 25 finishers out of 181? No.
Maybe a little bit more than that.
Should be more than that. Okay, I think that's inaccurate because it says 86% of people are finished as well. So there's
numbers be lying out there.
Numbers be lying. And then in the 50 miler, it also says 25 finishers, which is also inaccurate. So we have a lot of people finished in the 50 miler out of the 181 starters. We have 26 drops. Weather seems to be turning up a little bit out here. I just went out for an hour and a half run on the trails to see what the course is like. It was getting warm. We saw plenty of people out there enjoying fishing on the lake, people out cheering on the runners, and yeah, just good vibes here in Healdsburg. In a moment, we're going to see a very cute picture of a marathon runner, number 447. running in with her young son, maybe 18 months old. Oh, they're racing. So here we go. Keep an eye out.
Bailing on me at Coconut. I'm bailing on you. I'm still bailing. Well, for Coconut. I didn't say Coconut. I did bail you on your Coconut. That's true. I won't.
Okay, so that's 164 finishers out of 195 in the marathon. What we're just watching there. That might have been Katie Natur coming up to the finish. Now we have, I think it's 4:54 coming up to the finish line. This looks like it's Matt O'Brien. He's coming up, he's enjoying he's got his phone out, he's getting some photos. Matt O'Brien out of Chicago, Illinois. Let's go Chicago. I sensed a lot of treadmill training was in his past couple of weeks and months. And now we got a 50-mile finisher coming in here, number 195. Let's see who this is. 195. That's Megan Kono. So Megan, 41 years of age. Megan, just down south of here from San Rafael. And I think she may have been 10th woman. And first in the F40 to 49 age group. And now we got 4:02 coming in. So that's Vanessa Hunter coming up, running in with her young kid. Vanessa finishing up in around 7 hours and 10 minutes. Vanessa Hunter from San Diego. Scott was talking earlier about the good vibes at the finish line. He just discovered that they have a frisbee golf course here at the finish line, and he is having much regret that he didn't bring his discs. He does give off frisbee golf vibes. Am I right? Yeah, so 25 finishers in the men, 25 finishers in the 50 miler. We got 165 finishers so far in the marathon, 2 drops, and we probably have 30 still out on the course. And then in the half marathon, we have 179 finishers, 2 drops, and we have 11 people still out on the course. So we still got a bit of time before the cutoff. At least for the 50 miler, we got another 3 hours and 46 minutes. So a lot of runners still out there. I'd say we're past the warmest part of the day. It is going to start cooling off in the next hour or two. That's one thing runners have to be mindful of as you're passing through into the evening. You're going to be getting sweaty. You're going to be taking opportunities to dip in the streams when you can. But then it gets cold pretty quick. So these runners might be looking to see their crew at 37 miles. Maybe they change their shirt. Maybe they'll grab a long sleeve shirt, or at least get out of their singlet and get a short sleeve on. So we're going to see people think about what it's going to be like in the last hour or two of the race. The last hour would need headlamps. It'll probably be dark for the last 45 minutes or so, and there is some technical running in the last couple of miles, so I would expect a lot of them people in the back quarter, they might want to be considering bringing headlamps along with them. I'm live. We got 26 finishers so far in the 50. So Noella Mallets is looking for Carlo in the chat. Carlo is through South Lake, Carlo Simpson, so he's only a mile and a half out, so you'll see him coming down this hill pretty soon. So people in the chat there, has anyone been inspired to come sign up for one of these races next year? Let us know if you're thinking that, that's a vibe that I think I could get down with. I'm going to register for next year. Whether that be in the half, the full, or the big one, the 50 miler. Now, wondering the marathon, how our boy Gordy Ainsley is doing. He is true bummer. So we're gonna see Gordy Ainsley coming down to finish in the next maybe hour and a half. Gordy Ainsley, famous for the first person to run the Western States Trail and one of the founders of the Western States 100. I'm also keeping an eye out for my good buddy Jim Buckley from North Lake Tahoe. Jim is true. He is true bummer, maybe 5 minutes in front of Gordy. So I'm excited personally to see Jim coming down to the finish line here in the next hour or two. Jim, one of the greatest beards north of Lake Tahoe. And a good Irishman. We can see crossing in front. We can see in front of the screen there we got with the beard Jesse Ellis, photographer originally living here in Northern California. Now I think it might be over in Arizona, but a great supporter of the races here in Northern California. Now we got some runners starting to come in here. We got a 50-mile runner coming in with a huge smile across their face. Oh, he's asking, give me the baby. So number 180. Jeffrey Butterworth grabs this kid and is heading towards the finish line. Congrats, Jeffrey. He comes running up to the last 100 meters aid station, shouts to his partner, give me the baby. He takes the baby and carries him across the finish. Now we got Kevin Morgan. Am I right to Kevin Morgan out of... Okay, Kevin Morgan from Santa Monica, USA. Just coming up to the finish line as well. Congrats on your 50-mile finish, Kevin. So next up, we're expecting we'll see maybe William Kelsey and perhaps Carlos Simpson and Alex Katz. Good, lads, good. You didn't crash a drone out there, did you?
No, thankfully no, not today. No drone wars. And if we did, we wouldn't admit to it if it wasn't on the video. Is there a drone crash? No, no.
Must have been a turkey vulture we saw.
Yeah. Are you guys you still on the stream?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Carlo, his mom is popping in on the thread. Proud mama moment, Carlo. He should be here in the next 5 minutes, I would say. Okay, we have a runner coming around the corner here. This could be William Kelsey, it could be Carlos Simpson, it could be Alex Katz. It could be a marathoner. I think this might be someone from the marathon potentially. From a distance it looks to be a black bib. Maybe Alyssa Lund, potentially? Oh, we got a lot of runners coming in here. I see 5 runners turning onto the home straight now. So we're going to have them coming in hot and quick. So yes, this is Alyssa Lund coming in here to finish wearing a Chicago Marathon shirt. Alyssa Lund coming in to finish the marathon here, finish the Lake Sonoma Marathon. And now we got Jim Buckley coming through. Attaboy, Jim! Attaboy! So we got Jim Buckley coming in to finish the marathon. We got, was that William Kelsey? Was that Carlos Simpson, I see? I missed the numbers that they were coming through in my excited exuberance cheering for my buddy Jim Buckley in the marathon. Let's see as they come up to the finish line in the stream. Attaboy, Jim. Attaboy. So that was Carlos Simpson with his mom here on the live stream coming in. That was William Kelsey. And now we got Alex Katz coming in to finish the 50-miler. Alex Katz, 27 years of age, out of Pacifica, just out of San Francisco. So it was a good chunk of 50-milers coming in just there. along with my boy Jim Buckley out of North Lake Tahoe. So Alex's finish brings us to 31 runners home in the 50 miler. Good chunk of runners still out there. It's 181 starters, 28 drops. Quickly do my maths here. Well, 153 minus 31. I think we still have like over 120 runners still out there for the 50 miler, and they've got just under 4 hours to go. So looking at the marathon finishers coming through there. That is Jim Buckley was the 170th finisher. Jim made a lot of time there, 67 years of age. He passed a good chunk of people since Bummer to the finish. We still have a couple, maybe 20 runners still out there, including the famous Gordy Ainsley. And now number 494, William Steinmetz, coming in here. 22 years of age, coming in here to finish the Lake Sonoma at 26.2. Congrats, William. Looking down through the finishers for the marathon, I'm going to keep an eye out near the end for two runners, 394 and 395, Brendan Hayward, 31, and Ed Hayward, 60. Maybe that's a father and son duo out there. David. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest speaker here. Straight off the social media team, we've got David Lamb in here to join us.
How's it going?
So David spent the day out there following the race from the front. You were out there. Tell us what you're up to out there today.
Yeah, I started my day at what was it called? South Lake or something? South Trailhead? One of those, the early ones. So I went there, caught the early runners coming through there, and then went to Warm Springs, which catches the race at mile 13.9 and mile 38. That was a lot of fun. You kind of see where everyone was at in the race, and a lot of positions didn't really change between there and the next 20 miles or something. It was really good to see. Like obviously Stephen Kirsch passed Chris with a handful of miles to go, and at that point I had gotten an update that Stephen was 5 minutes behind, but then when I saw them there, he was probably less than a minute behind, and I was like, oh dang, he's closing the gap. And sure enough, picked Chris Myers off, and it was a very epic duel. It was awesome to see.
So were you just at that one spot, or were you at other places?
I was at that one spot. It's doing probably like 6 miles worth of same segment, same quarter mile segment.
So what did your watch clock you as? How much running did you do today?
6.2 mile, or total like 8 miles.
8 miles, attaboy.
Yeah, it was
attaboy. Yeah, ended up being beautiful weather out there.
Incredible weather.
Was it getting warm there?
It's getting a little warm. This area gets really, really hot. When I ran this race back in 2021, it was like close to 100 degrees, but definitely not that today. I would say it's like, I don't know, 70-ish, 70-something Fahrenheit. Not super hot, especially like the sections of this course that gets really good coverage. But then also there is a couple sections that are like pretty exposed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think hydration was really important today. I saw a lot of people with topical cooling, bandanas, all
especially
that.
at mile 37 there. We saw a lot of people getting dunked there where you were at at the appropriately named Warm Springs.
So funny enough, Warm Springs is heading into the actual aid station is pretty exposed. And so like, if you're not careful, we had a couple. Ben Moore came up and he was like, I messed up. I'm like cooked. And it's very easy to do on this course. Again, it's not a race that like you just find yourself on a climb that you're getting cooked, but it's just these undulations that you're just like constant. You're just getting worn down by the course.
I saw Ben Moore around. I ran out in the course and saw him around mile 45 or so. And he was definitely mid-cooking at that stage.
Mid-bake.
Yeah. You said it's like a race of 1,000 cuts. Who was it? I think it was Kellen. We mentioned this guy a lot. Kellen, I don't recall his surname. He ended up finishing in the last. Kellen Blumberg. He finished 24th or 24th. But he was something we talked about a lot because he was in the top group for the front section of the race. We were reading into him, and his favorite song is "Death by 1,000 Cuts" by Taylor Swift, which is a very appropriate name or song to like when you sign up for the Lake Sonoma 50 miler.
I'm pretty sure a lot of fans are going to enjoy that Taylor Swift reference.
Yeah.
No, but that describes this course really well. Death by 1,000 Cuts. Again, it's like no huge climbs. You should, the front people should be running pretty much every step. But all of a sudden, you're just like, your legs are just completely trashed. And it's within reason, because it's just tons of ups and downs. And, like, you never really get into a good rhythm. The course doesn't give you a good rhythm. But, yeah, it's always cool to see that kind of carnage, with 10, 12 miles to go.
When you were out there in the course, at this side of Warm Springs, is the stream crossing still there?
Yeah, I heard that.
Did you run over to that?
I didn't run over there, but I did hear people were, like, dunking themselves into it and spending a little extra time. Obviously, it's, like, not a super deep creek type of thing,
but it's maybe like 10 feet across and about a foot deep, so you'd have an opportunity to lie down there. My last big ultra was I did Puerto Vallarta back in November, and that race was probably in the 80s, but like 80% humidity, 90% humidity. That race had like 12 river crossings, and every single river crossing I lay down completely in it.
Smart. I think that's a good rule of thumb for California races in general. I know if you take let's say Western states, there's a couple of key creek and river dunk spots that like your race is made or broken at those sections, and it's just kind of good intel knowledge. Yeah. Skylar's back. I'm gonna pass it on to Skylar.
No, you're good.
Oh.
David, how many river crossings? Tell us about your own Western States experience a few years ago while I figure out who these runners coming down the home straight are.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no one wants to hear about that. But yeah, I got a quote-unquote cold year in 2023. First 50K was all in snow, and then, definitely a record-breaking low temperature year, and it was a lot of fun. I had a tough day out there, but according to Walter did not. She ran 15:25, and that time still stands.
So now we got coming up here,
Let's
hands
go.
in the air, someone holding her hip. This might be two marathon runners. This might be Marion Ollier on the right-hand side. And is that Hannah Williams, maybe?
Trail Sisters, Marion. She's on the Trail Sisters. And
Hannah Williams and Marion Ollier. Oakland, USA.
And somewhere in Marin is Marion.
Let me see. Yeah, San Francisco. Hell yeah.
Skylar, is that mic on? That is not Marion. Is that Jim Buckley? No, it's not Jim Buckley. Do you see Jim Buckley finish?
Yeah. I was very excited.
Jim Buckley passed by me. He was like, David Lamb. And he just stood there and talked to me. It's great.
Hey, Jim. If you're watching back this live stream, Jim, what are you doing stopping in the middle of the race, slacking?
Caught him.
He could have been a few minutes quicker. We should be seeing Gordy Ainsley in the next while as well.
Yeah, I saw him
He
out
was
there.
maybe 5 minutes behind Jim at Bummer, but Jim passed like 10 people in the last section. So he was closing strong.
Gordy Ainsley said he's never seen a camera as small as mine out there. But mine was literally just an iPhone. It wasn't a camera. So thank you, Gordy Ainsley.
Gordy with the shots fired here to the media team. It's not the size.
It's not the size. It's how you used it. Yeah. We should.
They're actually there's a great. We did a kind of a Western States history film. We did a streaming of back in Mill Valley a few years last year. Myself and Carolyn Latham hosted a streaming of They Crossed the Mountains, which is just on DVD. It was a film from like 2007, but it's on the history of the Western States Trail. So it talks about the indigenous history, trading history. It talks about the gold rush. It talks about the Tevis Cup, and talks about Western States. So it was a great film to kind of showing the breadth of the history from this race. So now just coming up to the finish line, in the finish line shoot, we have Let me scroll down. Alejandro Iglesias. Alejandro, 41 years of age, from Concord, California. East Bay represent. Yeah, neighbor of yours, Skylar, right? East Bay. Hayward is Alameda County. Wow, look at me with my Bay Area geography.
That's right. If you're in the 9 counties, we're playing here.
Yeah.
Don't say you're from Stockton.
Yeah.
Heck, I even say people in the Bay Area are local to here.
Yeah,
Like,
that's actually. I know many
California.
people from Napa or Sonoma, California. Like Lauren Newman, a good friend of ours, grew up in Napa, and he always claims he's Bay Area. But then a lot of people argue he's not Bay Area.
Yeah.
Are we in the Bay Area right now?
No. No. Lauren Newman should be out here. He's running Western States. This is a good little
I
prep
know.
for Western States.
Yeah, it's easy to say that when you have 2 kids.
That's true. I've been founded. I do not have kids.
Yeah,
I have nothing but time.
You have a dog living in your house, but you don't even have to look after the dog. You
No.
don't even have responsibility. You just get the
No.
cuddles for free.
Exactly.
Shout out to Sierra, the dog.
Northern Sonoma County region this evening hosting a dating game.
Come on down.
Come on down.
Follow on the IG.
For the most eligible bachelor.
Are we on camera?
North of
I don't think
San
we're on-
Francisco.
Are we on camera or is this stuck on the finish line?
I wouldn't be surprised if we're just on mute and we're just talking shit.
Oh,
I'm sure my mic's off. I hope it is. Yep. So Paddy's still picking it up.
Okay.
Am I picking up? I'm picking up?
I don't need it.
Wait, so in the chat, if you heard us, if you're interested in dating David Lamb, let us know. Eligible Bachelor of the Year,
Boy.
2017.
Oh boy.
Great calves.
Okay, David, there's not that many updates in the chat, so I don't think there's much interest out there. I'm sorry. Oh, and we got Gordy Ainsley coming through here down on the home straight.
Speaking of Western States.
Can we switch to that one? 79, I think.
That's right. Oh, Gordy's going to get
Ainsley
kicked
coming
down.
Through. Moving. Absolutely cooking.
72 years of age. Gordy, wait, what? Gordy has turned
is
off.
going straight to his car for some reason.
Wow, Gordy is going to sit.
He's like,
no,
nah,
he's still coming.
nah.
Okay,
I'm dropping these bottles at the car. I'm not
Steered
doing
away
any
from
more
the finish
arm
line.
workouts than I have to.
Gordy couldn't ruin the finish line photo with bottles, so he dropped them off at a
Gordy!
car.
just ahead of Gordy, we just had Philip Schoenhoff just finished there.
Just kick
Gordy
down on
Ainsley
legends.
running outside the cones.
Okay, Gordy Ainsley.
Gordy Ainsley ran this whole race without a t-shirt, but has ended this race with the t-shirt on. And interestingly enough.
It's for the think about the children.
Don't know where he found that shirt.
So Gordy still flying it at 72 years of age. He also made some ground, I think, and passed a couple of people in the last stretch since Bummer Aid Station. Congrats, Gordy, and thanks for what you've done for the sport.
Is this a mix of marathon and
No, this is just a marathon, yeah.
who's still out there?
Who's still out there for the 50? Like 120, 130 people. Yeah.
So a big highlight of tonight for the 50 miler is going to be the Party Pace crew. So we have a dedicated group that is pacing out a 13-hour finish.
The Party Pacers.
Party Pacers. So at about 7:30 local time is their anticipated arrival.
Amazing.
So folks who are just trying to meet the cutoffs and have a damn good time doing it, they are in that party pack. So that'll be a fun storyline to finish here as we get to the closing hours of the Lake Sonoma 50 presented by Terrex.
That's the beauty about this sport, the elevation of like the last hour, the golden hour. If any of you ever get the opportunity to witness the golden hour at Western States, it is one of the most powerful moments in our sport, even across sport. Every time I think about it, I just get chills down my spine. Witnessing the final hour at Western States is truly a breathtaking experience. So if you get the opportunity this year, come on and join.
Yeah.
David Lamb, were you golden hour when you finished?
No.
Oh.
Close. Close.
David Lamb, I remember
Golden hour-ish.
running the last mile with him from Roby Point in.
Yeah.
And he had a crew. There was like 30 of us.
It was my birthday.
He had an entourage for
It was
his
my
birthday.
Yeah.
What, it turned into your birthday, what mile were you at for your birthday?
God, it must have been mile, I think heading into Rucky Chucky. Because I got into Rucky Chucky and our friend Carolyn Latham was singing happy birthday to me.
Oh my God.
And that was like right around the midnight to 1 a.m. spot.
God.
There.
Are you going to be a Rucky Chucky cheering for Carolyn Latham as she runs into it as a competitor this year?
I am going to lose my mind for Carolyn Latham.
So our friend Carolyn Latham, she's a PT out of Marin County. She's been along. She's actually participated in the horse riding version of Western States the Tevis Cup. She finished it 3 times as a teenager. She's competed in riding tie, that sport I was telling you all about earlier. And now she's running her first Western States this year. She got in off the lottery, or no, she's been sponsored spot. She's been volunteering at Rucky Chucky for the last number of years, so she's earned this spot. And now,
thanks to
2 guys who've earned their finish. We got 2 marathon finishers coming in.
Oh, they're
here.
running because these guys were talking about walking the whole thing, but no, look at
them. Were
they?
Yeah, you were talking to them out there?
No, I was hearing them talk, but look at them, they're running.
I'm guessing this is Joel Gomez and maybe Julian Zinzun. Let us see. They're all running past us too quick for us to get their number. Or it might have been Cameron Netour. I'm pretty sure Alejandro already finished. And Gordy already finished.
Line
so
immediately turned.
My
I'm like,
internet is acting up. So I can't get the exact names right here, but I'm thinking that was Joel and Julian. Oh, that might have been Michael Shoop and Talon Shoop.
Oh.
I guess they were running together. No, not them. But yeah, we are down into the last here in the marathon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'd say there's maybe 10 runners left. There's 16 on my list, but I know several of them have finished. So I'm guessing there's about 10 runners left in the marathon.
Sweet. And this is a burly marathon. Let's not lose sight of that. It is
5,000 feet of climbing.
5,000 feet of climbing. Also, I am sitting here very warm right now. So these folks are out there absolutely grinding and absolutely deserve the cheers when they come in.
I think that's what we're alluding to. It's the idea of the golden hour, right? It doesn't actually have to be the golden hour. It's those people that are out there and they've gone through pretty much every element of the day, which is absolutely incredible. Like, the fast folks, obviously, they're fun to acknowledge and praise, but they're finished and they don't get the high heat of the day usually. And it's the folks that are like trying to fight the cutoffs. Those are the ones that are like fighting multiple daily kind of element
often
changes.
You hear the runners who are maybe further back in the pack are all amazed that to the elites who are finishing under 7 hours today. We're like, you're so amazing, you finished under 7 hours, but some of these people are going to be out 13 and a half, maybe even 14 hours.
No.
It's a long day on the feet.
No.
You're starting in the darkness and you're finishing in the darkness. That's a lot of strength in that.
You see a sunrise and a sunset? That's insane. That's very, as a person who has experience with that, it's very disorienting. Yeah, it's his own set of problems.
Yeah. Especially in this race course, actually some of the most technical running on this race course is like 3 miles to go. Just when you enter at South Lake, there's like 2 miles of pretty rutted, puddly, kind of a rough section where there was a lot of horse traffic.
Yeah.
So people are going to be coming in. People in the last half hour are going to be coming in there in the darkness.
Yeah.
So damn.
Yeah, I was just talking to Jamil. Dusk is at 8:07.
Okay.
Oh.
So allegedly, according to
3 minutes.
So
of running left after that.
So basically, if you are through south, basically if you're to the road or close to the road, when dusk hits, that your money to finish. Like that's where you need to be. And if you are still at the time you met when dusk hits,
unless you're really saving it.
It's
for
rough.
the kick.
Correct.
Unless you're really saving it. Make it really dramatic.
When's the last chance people have to pick up headlamps? They'll need it after. They need to be taken to ML37, I guess. From Warm Springs. That's the last. Is that the crew point? I'm not sure. I wouldn't think so. You know what? I have the information right in front of me. Okay, so the marathon cutoff is 6 p.m. So actually, the marathon only has. They have an hour and 15 left, but we're into the last 10 people with that.
The closer.
There is not a drop bag at Island View. So there's crew and drop bag at mile 37.9 Warm Springs. But then
That's probably it then.
the cutoff there, actually, the cutoff to Warm Springs is exactly at this moment, 4:45. So runners will have to be through Warm Springs at this stage. And often there might be a little bit of leeway on that. But if I'm just going to... so now I know mine hasn't updated. My internet stopped working. Because my old laptop, 3.5 years of age, it is kicking the bucket.
Apple, if you're out there.
Yeah, well, if you see it, it's actually UCSF's laptop, so I'm owning up to still having the laptop that belongs to them. Okay, we got number 417. 417 coming in here. I am unable to double
Internet
check
sound.
who this person is because of my internet, but let's try resurrect this computer. It's quite a contrast to this time a year ago. Weather was pretty rough at this stage, and there wasn't that many people enjoying the festival vibes because it was so cold here. People were just finishing, get out of here. But now we're able to witness and appreciate the beauty of the vibes here at the Lake Sonoma races. We got people playing frisbee golf behind us. We got people enjoying beverages across the way from us, cheering in the last finishers. They're slinging Happy Cat pizza. I just had a pepperoni and it was quite tasty. But you know what I would really like right now? An ice cream. So if anyone is tuning in who is in the couple of hundred feet around us here and they know where to get ice cream, hook a brother up.
I feel like Terrex should provide that.
Yeah.
Or if you're
our producer and you could find us ice cream, that would be great.
If you're at a local winery and happen to be driving back over here,
as I stare
I learned today
hungrily at our producer.
I learned today that every finisher gets Wilson wine, and they're the same Wilson that makes like all the balls and stuff like that. Huge company.
Makes all the what?
Like the balls. They make like.
Oh, they make
balls.
like
Wilson.
volleyballs.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like Wilson from the Tom Hanks movie.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great.
No way. Oh, Wilson from the movie.
From the movie.
I've never actually seen that movie, but I know the clip.
Castaway.
Wow.
Love that fame.
Wilson from Castaway.
Also makes wine.
Also makes wine. Has sponsored this race for the last number of years.
Incredible.
They're pretty close with Tropical John. Okay, so
We are off the rails.
we've gone off the rails as two more runners come in here in the 50 miler. We got number 201.
Zach Marion, can I use your computer?
Um,
Can I use your computer?
so we got, and then we got number 21 as well. I am badly trying to get my internet to work again, so I can get you the names. Oh, I was blaming my computer, but I think it might be our Starlink here. So apologies to my MacBook. Didn't mean to hate on you so much. You're not the problem, MacBook. You're still doing good, kid. Oh, what a stunning view.
We're gonna go get our Top Gun on over at that beach volleyball court momentarily.
So Skylar, what was your sport growing up? You were just running? Tell us a little bit how the season's going for Mount Eden High School. Skylar is a PA USATF, I guess, referee, gun starter, official.
Yeah.
So you see Skylar in his little nerdy little uniform at the USATF track events.
Literally, it's the only reason I own khakis. Is because we have to wear khakis.
But then Skylar's also head coach at Mount Eden High School.
The season's good. We're plugging along. We're less than a month away from the end of everything. So, this is the time where not so much that the hay is in the barn, but like we're not going to get necessarily more fit from this point. It's just sharpening what we have. Yeah. So
Skylar, do you want to tell us about the little battle you have a few weeks after the close of your season with one of your athletes?
Yeah, so I actually need to get some running in out here, get on some of this verty terrain because I'm going to be battling one of my athletes and several hundred of our closest friends at the Dipsy race.
Baby.
So that's going to be delightful. My student athlete will be graduating the week after the race, and she's like 4'9", and so the two of us running side by side is quite hilarious, which means I can't let that happen, and I have to absolutely demolish her, and I'm looking forward to it because, well, I keep telling these kids I'm the best athlete on the team, and now I have to prove it.
She must get a good amount of minutes on you, though, right? In the race? In Dipsy?
I don't recall.
How old is she?
Like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
She's 17 years of age. Karina Arizon Lopez is her name. She's one of the athletes that we're featuring on our Dipsy Generations documentary that we're working on. I'm guessing she might have 8 or 9 minutes on Skylar, but we'll have to dig in and do the math.
Yeah, it was like 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Which
Skylar is
not enough for her.
Getting old, but he's not an old man yet. So he only has a 2-minute head start on the young male runners, but Karina might have a 10-minute head start on him, or 8 minutes or something like that. So to give you some insight on the project that we're working on, so we're making a movie on the Dipsy race, on youth participation in the Dipsy race. We're following 5 kids from different corners of the Bay Area. All 5 of these kids are from Latino background and from different schools. We got one kid, Daniel Sacido, from San Juan Bautista out of Gilroy, part of the Mount Madonna Challenge team down there. We got Karina Arizon Lopez from Hayward, and then we got 3 kids from the Dipsy Kids. We got Anthony, we got Andre Sente, and we got Lily Vasquez. And they're all going to be thrown down against our coaches, which we're excited about, and against me. So now we've 267 coming in to finish. Oh, and the internet's back up. 267, who are you? 265, sorry, that was Zachary Fabian. And then we just missed Casey Parks and Michael Zanetti finished a few moments ago. So that is the top 35 through the finish of the 50-miler. And now as I refresh my page to check in about the Lake Sonoma Marathon. It is no longer updating. If you want to find out more about this movie we're making, I guess your best opportunity is to follow me on Instagram, POleary87. And you'll be able to hear more where we've been posting on a weekly basis about the different kids that are involved in our race. And we're excited to share some good content with you leading up to the race. And we're excited to share a film with you later in the year. David Lamb, you'll actually wait. All 3 of us are going to be doing the Dipsy this year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
The Dipsy has a unique rule in that if you've done the race before, you start in a section called the Invitational. And then if it's your first time doing it, you're in a runner section where you actually have a 25-minute penalty and everyone else. So Skylar is going to be starting back at the runners.
Mm-hmm. I'm an Invitational.
Both David and I are Invitational.
Yep.
So David will actually start a minute ahead of me because I have a penalty.
Yeah,
for,
and I'm still not old enough. I get my next minute in like a couple of years.
Yeah,
so.
I think David gets... The race is unique in that it's age and gender handicapped. So every couple of years you might get an extra penalty, or get an extra bonus minute. But David is getting close to his 42.
Is it 42 or 44?
I thought it was 42.
If it's 42, then next year.
Next year.
Yeah, that's cool.
So next year David will have 2 minutes on me.
But I did hear that one of our favorite shortcuts are opening back up. Like door 1 and door 2. I heard that's opening up, so that'll be fun.
But you just said it live on TV.
Oops.
So if that doesn't happen, you're going to disappoint a lot of people. You got to be careful with what you say, David Lamb.
going up every day this week. And I'm just gonna scout.
That's
not take them because it's not race day.
Two inside baseball.
We just I just synced up with Skylar and 3 of his kids last week to run in Golden Gate Park. It was the kids' first time coming across from Hayward and running in the city. We had a lot of fun.
It was a blast. Yeah, it was one of my kids' longest run ever.
In the
she
park?
was absolutely thrilled the next day.
Oh, that's amazing.
It was the first time she ever done a double-digit run. So
I'm biased, but that's the greatest park in the world.
We just saw Lindsay Hosford coming in to finish the marathon. Congrats, Lindsay. We synced up and we did like a highlight reel tour of Golden Gate, the Golden Gate Park and Land's End. We showed them Strawberry Hill, we showed them Blue Heron Lake, we showed them the cross-country site of the polo fields. We showed them the buffalo, the bison, the American bison, the herd of them living in the middle of Golden Gate Park. And then I parted ways for a workout, and Skylar continued to show them Land's End and Cliff House, and they had a great adventure. I synced up with them again later in the run, and they were definitely looking like they'd been running for 10 miles. As was Skylar.
Yes. It's all right. I'll be Dipsy ready.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Actually, both myself and Skylar are full-time athletes right now, so we'll both have plenty of time to train for the Dipsy.
Actually, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I still have to show up at practice, but I hopped in a couple workouts with the kids this week just to pace them out. So I'm trying to keep a little bit of speed in these legs.
Big Boy Track Club.
Big Boy Track Club. Actually, I ran. Yeah, we did. I had the sprinters running 350. So I'm the head coach, so I have to manage all the event groups during track, sprints, jumps, throws, distance. And so the sprinters were running 350s. Distance was like doing something else, and I had them hopping for a couple of last 350s. And sprinters always got those egos. Like, you've all seen like a Noah Lyles type. And they had these egos. I'm like, all right, I'm hopping in this 350. Like, y'all don't know. And they're like, you can't do it. You ain't nobody. I was like, bet.
Oh, yeah.
Because I got to talk like the kids, bet. And so I hopped in. There was one kid in front of me, but he ran cross country, so like I'm gonna let it ride because he's like our 300-meter hurdler. And everybody else was behind me, 150 in. So for the home stretch, I'm just like looking over my shoulder, like I thought this was supposed to be something, and I've gapped all of you 200 into a 350. Like, what are we doing? And I'm just like yelling at them nonsensically.
You're letting an old man beat you?
That's literally what it was. I was like, dad strength, what? I'm twice your age. What are we doing here? Just like yelling at them, just harassing them down the straightaway.
Oh my God,
so,
you are ready for the Dipsy, harassing young kids.
Yeah.
You're built for this race.
I'm built like a diesel truck. Once I get going, you can't stop me.
Takes a little bit.
Takes a while.
Honestly,
takes a while to get up to speed, but then I'm there.
We were talking about
the
race with, actually, before I get into this little story, we have got a finisher from the 50 miler coming in here. Number 219. That is, or 218 potentially. No, 219. That's Joey Montoya, I think. Oh, we saw Joey in the donut shop this morning at 5 a.m.
Yes, that was our donut buddy.
Joey Montoya, PE teacher at Placer High in Auburn.
Hey.
He is going to do he's going to get ready to do the long commute to work, where he's running from Olympic Valley to his workplace in Placer High.
Wild.
Well done, Joey. Congrats on the 50-mile finish. This is a great platform for you to train for Western States.
Yeah. Back in the day, Lake Sonoma 50 used to be a golden ticket race.
It was a golden ticket race, and it used to be, prior to the golden tickets, it was like still a really, it was kind of brought on. Was that not one of the reasons they started this? I guess this only started in 2008, so I guess it was always a golden ticket, wasn't it?
I've also heard from the old school ultra runners in the area that this used to be part of their like circuit towards Western States, meaning like you run Way Too Cool, you run Lake Sonoma, you run Miwok in that build to Western States, which is very, very cool.
Be fun to see actually, does anyone still do that series leading up to Western States?
Yeah.
Have a little award or something like that. The NorCal Classic, they can call it. Back to my story, I'm probably more excited to see Skylar throw down against our other coach from our program, Jose Cruz. Many of you may see him running around the ultra races. He's also known as Propeller Hat Man. He uses a propeller hat to accelerate himself on the trail. But Jose is a coach down in Gilroy, Morgan Hill, San Juan Bautista. He's the race director of the Mount Madonna Challenge, which is a charity race on every August down there that raises funds for, very similar to Lake Sonoma, which raises funds for the Children of Vineyard Workers Scholarship Fund. Jose's race raises money for the Mount Madonna Challenge Scholarship Fund, which helps bring kids from across the Gilroy area and helps bring them to trail running camps. Actually, every year there's 10 or 15 of them will travel to Max King's trail running camp. So very excited to see Jose do the Dipsy and his young kid, 11-year-old Daniel Sacido. But also, I'm very excited for the race and the sprint finish between Skylar and Jose. I have a fond memory of Jose here at the 2021 marathon, where Jose and North Face's Olivia Amber had a sprint finish down to when the finish was up at South Lake, and Jose was sprinting down the finish line chute so hard his propeller hat started spinning, and it ended up being a photo finish. We think Olivia pipped him, but
Good job, Ben Moore. Be good, buddy.
So yeah, I'm excited to see Jose versus Skylar. And he had Kelly Teresi just coming in to finish the marathon, 57 years of age. Kelly Teresi from Sacramento, California. Congrats, Kelly. So now, we got one more runner coming in here from the 50 miler. Let's see who that is.
Big finish.
Coming in, running fast.
And avoiding potholes. Good on him. 2:38.
Is this Carly Bryant, maybe? Yes, this is Carly Bryant. And she's got a big smile on her face. Coming in fast. Out of Santa Rosa, California. We got a local here. 11th place in the women's race. Congrats, Carly. So now as Carly comes across the line, myself and Skylar are preparing to retire for the evening and go cheering people at the finish.
Yeah, gonna go jaunt around. We talked about this a little bit earlier, or I alluded to it a little bit earlier, but Party Pace is out there. So folks who are going for that 13-hour finish are out on course. So I think I'm gonna throw some shorts on and jog back and try to do a little pace gig. Party Pace, hop in and support those folks trying to get that 13-hour. I think that's what I will do with my time.
Oh, I'm regretting doing my run already. I would have loved to join you for that.
It's all right. I'll see you later at the finish line when we celebrate everybody.
Hell yeah. Thank you all for joining us for the day. It's always so fun to see everyone here from the front to the back. We're going to go watch the last finishers come in. Thank you for joining us. Anthony Saviola, I'm going to look in and see. I'm going to get we're going to update you on when the registration's open for next year.
And just so we're clear, the stream isn't going away.
Yes,
just Paddy and I. Yes. So you stay locked in. We're going to have all the finishers through the 8:30 cut off here on the stream. So stay locked in.
And we're going to be back for races very soon in terms of us here in the booth. So make sure you hit that subscribe button so you'll know when we're coming at you for the next one. But for the Lake Sonoma 50 Marathon and Trail Sisters Half Marathon, he's Paddy O'Leary. I'm Skylar Hall. We'll catch you guys later.
See you, lads.
storm. one.